Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the 2025 Bluebonnet Open. We'll be starting off today's event with the ladies doubles cricket. They're warming up now and should be getting underway soon. We will also have the rest of our cricket events today. At 12:30, we have the open doubles cricket. At 1:30, the ladies singles cricket. And at 2:30, the final event of the tournament, the open singles cricket. Warming up here on board two are the teams of Jessica Clymer and Victoria Madrid, playing the team of Lori Luna and Janie Ramos. Jessica and Victoria both saw success yesterday with their mixed trips teams. See if they can continue that today in cricket. And here we go. Jessica and Victoria have won the throw and will be start. Throwing first is still an advantage in cricket, though not so much as 501. Cricket games do tend to be longer and more drawn out. We would expect Jessica to start on the 20s, the highest scoring segment available. And a fantastic last start closes out the 20s and gives Jessica and Victoria's team 20 points and the lead. Janie electing to start on the 18th instead of the 19th. Victoria here ignoring the mark on the, well, actually, there was no mark on the 18th. Goes straight to the 20s, adds to their lead. Lori has a few options here. She can go to the 18 like her teammate did, but she is choosing to go to the 19. 19s are the most common second number after the 20s are closed. Lori and Janie could be looking to close out those 19s and start building up a point base of their own. Jessica shutting that down early with three singles on the 19. Janie curiously elects to go for the 17. Ooh, last dart bounces out. That one's not going to count. Loose darts can still be counted as long as the tip is in contact with the board. Victoria looked to be aiming for the double 17. Did pick up two, but not enough to close. And Lori finds the triple with her second dart. Jessica ignoring the 17, elects instead to go for the 18. Cricket strategies are widely debated. Some players elect to close out any potential scoring numbers for their opponent. Others prefer to build up a solid point lead before closing out other numbers. Victoria chooses to score on the 19, likely to aid her transition to the 17 to close that number out. But Victoria was not successful in closing out the 17, so Lori continues to throw at the number, but not the same success she had last turn. The scores are tight, but Jessica and Victoria should have a strong lead with both the 20s and 19 still open, except that the 19s were closed. So they're looking to open up those 18s and get themselves a second scoring number. We'd expect Janie to stay on the 17 here, continue to build up points. She finds a single and a double. Man, I swear it's got to be the deal. Victoria trying to get those points back on the 20, but having trouble staying straight. Lori looking to close 20s. Does get the two singles she needs. So a big momentum shift as Lori Luna and Janie Ramos take the lead in this game. Jessica could be going for the 18s here. They're down on point. And she does grab a triple 18 with the last dart. Fantastic dart. Closes the 17s, opens up the 18s. When Janie returns, she'll have the option of either extending their point lead by attacking the 15s or aiming for the 18s to close out Jessica and Victoria's source of scoring. Cricket tends to be more popular in soft tip than steel tip. In steel tip, the game of choice is usually 501. That is the game that is played competitively at the highest level. But soft hip tends to favor cricket. Cricket games last longer. It's a more adversarial approach. You're playing your opponent more than the board. And Janie elected to extend her point lead there. Points are always a safe option. Victoria could be looking at the 18. Gets one, needs another, and finds it. Lori's going to need a single 15 before she can start closing those 18. Gets it with the second dart. I would stay there. And she does, but misses wide. Jessica chooses to attack the 16. Does have a great first start closing out that 16. Snags another number for her and Victoria, even though they're down by 1 point. The two open numbers for Victoria and Jessica are worth a lot more than the 1 point lead that Lori and Janie have right now. That's why you see Victoria going to close those 15. Real good first start, but just wires the triple. Lori does find 115, and it looks like Jessica found the triple with her first start in the 15, and now she's going to build up points. Those two marks close the 15 and give her team the lead. The only option Janie has now is the bullseye, although she elects to close the 18 first. I would recommend in this situation attacking the bullseye. When you're down on points, you need points. You can't win the game if you don't have more points than your opponent. Victoria chooses to extend her point lead before going for the bull to win the game. She will need 3 marks on the bullseye as well, which require a minimum of 2 darts. Lori, all over the bullseye, finds one with the last dart. And Jessica goes straight at the bull. Finds one with her last dart. And Janie this time is going straight at the bullseye. If Lori and Janie do manage to hit 3 bullseyes in one turn, that will give them the point lead, and that would force Victoria and Jessica to score before they can continue to try and win the game. Instead, they're allowed to shoot freely at the bull, and they only need one more to win. Jessica looking for a bullseye to wrap this leg up, and gets it on the second dart. First leg goes to Jessica Clymer in Victoria, Madrid. This is a best of three. All of our events today are best of three. And the ladies will court for the start on this leg as well. And Lori and Janie will start this leg. Cork rules here are not the PDC cork rules, which require hitting a bullseye. We work on closest start to the bull. And Lori starts it off with a start right next to the triple 20. She's all over it. And only manages two singles. That's the best looking two mark you'll see today. This gives Jessica the opportunity to sneak in and close the number. Ooh, but misses wide with her third dart. Second and third dart. Janie should be looking to close the 20s and start building up a point lead. Did she find a double on that last start? She did. Janie's last start, double 20, closes out the number and gives her team a 20-point lead. Victoria can either try and close the 20 and prevent more scoring, or go straight down to the 19. Looks like she's going for points. Two marks on the 19. Lori chooses to try and close that number herself, but the first errant dart means she's going to spend the next two on points. Jessica should be trying to close those 19, and she is. Almost managed to pick up another triple 60. Janie starts making headways on the 19, matches the two mark. Victoria should be able to close the 19th here and at least get her team on the board. There's the close. And that's also good. Lori should be spending one dart here on closing the 19. The other two I would spend on either points or closing the 18. There's the 19 close. Goes up. Gets a single 20. Jessica down 40 points and down the 20s. Chooses first to close the 20s. First start in the triple. But the next two at the 18 don't find their mark. Now Janie with a 40-point lead has her pick of which number to open up, and she chooses 18. Although she fails to find a mark, Victoria should be looking at the 18s here, and is. First dart right there by the triple. Ooh, third dart. Six hit. One turn gives Jessica and Victoria the lead. Lori's only option here is 17. No use closing a number when you're down by points. And she finds all three singles to close the 17. Jessica here can either choose to extend her lead or take away those 17. And she chooses the 17 route. but none of her darts find their mark. Janie's going to be looking to score until at least she has the lead, and none of her darts find 17. Victoria with a 14-point lead, looking to close the 17. No marks on it yet for their team, so she chooses to go back up, put some more points on the board, finds another triple eight team. Lori just needs to get as many 17s as she can. 4 17s would put them tied, but she only finds two. With a 34-point lead, Jessica should be looking to close those 17. Having trouble staying straight, though. Does get one mark on the 17. Janie unable to find the 17 bed this time. Victoria will be looking to close that. Victoria's first two darts, not able to find the 17, so she goes upstairs to extend her lead with a single 18. Lori down by 52 points. Needs all the 17 she can get. Finds two. Jessica continues her battle to close the 17 and finds a single with her first dart and another one with her second. I think that last dart was aiming at the 15. Janie looking to open up another number. Opts for the 15. Doesn't find any. Not sure she knew that the 17s were closed. Victoria starts on the 16. Two singles. Lori has 18 points to make up. Their highest scoring segment available is the 16, so with two marks on it, she chooses to start on the 15s instead. First start is right on the triple, and she did get it. Four mark on the 15s gets them 15 points in a closed 15 segment. Narrows the lead to 3 points. Jessica chooses to go at the 16. And with her last start, does manage to close the 16 segment. Janie goes to the board down by 3 points in two segments, starting on the 15, and isn't able to find the 15. So Victoria takes a 3 point lead. Could be looking at the same segment. Misses the 15 to the first two darts, so she went upstairs and missed the 20 with that one as well. Lori looking to get her team the lead, but her darts missed the 15. Jessica will be looking to close this number out. Might have started on the 18th, though. Looks like she is starting on the 18th. Streamers told Victoria, I'm going to point. You can deal with the 15th. Janie catches a double 15 with the first start. Does give her team a 9-point lead. Victoria going upstairs to 18, trying to get that point lead back. No success on the 18th, so goes to the 16th, gets the points she needs, but isn't able to get any marks in the 15th with the third dart. Looks like Lori might have hit the double with her first dart as well, giving her team the lead. No, looks like she only got the one mark. It is enough to get them the lead, just to go to the board down by 8 points, but with two numbers to points on it. She's trying to close that 15. Gets two marks on it. The hero shot for Janie would be trying to close the 18th and 16th while she still has the lead, but that's a pretty low percentage play. She goes with the better option of going at the 15th to extend her point lead. Doesn't find any. Victoria could be closing that 15. First dart, second dart miss. Third dart finds it. Lori and Granny still have that 8 point lead, but the two numbers that Jessica and Victoria have usually worth a lot more than 8 points. So they decide to go to the bull and do pick up one. Jessica decides to go right at the 18 to get her points. First two darts miss outside in the one segment, and a third dart follows. So Jenny goes to the board with an 8 point lead. One mark on the bull. She's going to the bull. Doesn't hit any bulls. Victoria can either go for the points or for the bull. She's going for the points to secure that lead. Second dart misses the bull, so third one she spends on the 18th as well. Extends their lead. In cricket at this stage, if you have a lead, you're thinking in terms of how many bulls ahead of your opponent they are. When Jessica and Victoria had 178 points, they were only one bull ahead of Lori and Luna. By scoring that second 18, they are now two bulls ahead of Lori and Janie. Jessica's three darts are into the bull, and none of them find it. Janie goes to the board looking for bulls. Doesn't come up with any. Victoria goes straight at the bulls, looking to end this leg. Finds one. Oh, Lori's first dart's fantastic. Second dart follows it. The third dart deflects. How many bulls did she get there? Just the one. But the deflection did mark on the 16th. Jessica's first start makes tie. Oh, she's going for the 18th. Second dart does find the triple, extends their lead very comfortably. Katie and Lori have a lot of bowls to hit now. Victoria and Jessica have a 4 bowl lead. They won't need the point for a while. And Victoria finds the bull with her last dart, and that's the match. Victoria and Jessica take leg two, advance to the quarterfinals where they will play Farron Peterson and Sonia Vogler. We could have that game for you coming up soon. Stick around for more ladies doubles cricket action here at the Bluebonnet Open, presented by Space City Darts. some bracket updates from elsewhere in the ladies' open doubles cricket. Allison Ang and Jeanette Garcia have defeated Alisa Alexander and Natalie Smith. Jennifer Lysak and Lainey Lysak have defeated Rakonda Irby and Faye Wright to advance to the semifinals. Allison Ang and Jeanette Garcia will play the winner of Sharon Peterson and Sonia Vogler or Jessica Clymer and Victoria Madrid. We are currently waiting on the match between Donna Katie and Haley Newton and Zenaida Castillo and Teresa Wickersham to finish up. That match is tied 1-1. And while we don't have a view of their board, you can see them throwing on the player cam on the right. Donna and Haley do currently have the lead, but that lead is narrowing as Zenaida and Teresa continue to open up numbers and score. Currently, Donna and Haley have 90 points, and the 18s open and the 20s closed. Zenaida and Teresa have the 20s closed, the 19s open. Two marks on the 18s, one mark on the 17, one on the 16, and 77 points. Currently down by 49 points. Actually, let me get that scoreboard up for you guys. Donna and Haley continue to point on the 18s to extend their point lead. Oh, but a four mark on the 19 eliminates that point lead. And they've closed their 18s. Huge momentum shift to Zenaida and Teresa. Donna was probably looking at the 17s there. They need to find some points. Teresa could either choose to close out 17s and 16s or go to the 19s and extend her lead. She goes to the 17s, but only finds one signal. Tonight and Teresa close out the 17th and 16th. The only scoring opportunity left besides the Bulls for Donna is going to be the 15. She should look to close out that number and score as many as she can. Three number deficit's a pretty big hill to climb. And she does managed to close out the 15, but not enough to score any more points. One more point. One more 15. It does give Donna and Haley the lead, but again, they're down by three numbers. Teresa will have her choice of scoring opportunities. She chooses the 15s and 17s. Smart. Oftentimes, when you have to both point and close, when you have multiple options, you choose the one that's closer to the number that you're kind of bound to. In this case, the 15. Closest scoring option, the 15s was the 17s. The two more 15s from Donna and Haley does give them the lead back. But a 19 and one more 15 mark gives the lead right back to Grenada and Teresa. I guess from one mark away from taking away Donna's 15 4 on. She does get two 15s. Teresa will need two 19s will give her 255. They'll be even. But if you have the same amount of points as your opponent and you close out all the numbers and your opponent hasn't, then you win. Teresa should be looking for one mark of the 15s and two on the 19s. She gets the mark on the 15s, but isn't able to close the point lead. That shouldn't pose too many problems. Haley needs to hit a 7 mark or an 8 mark there to close it out. Gets just the 1 mark on the 16. One mark on the 16 and 17. Tonight and Teresa come up empty on their scoring attempt. With 3 perfect darts, Donna could put her team in a commanding lead. She isn't able to find them, and instead, tonight is able to score and return the lead to her team. They seem to be discussing the score right now, making sure that nobody misinputted what they did. I think we're all ready for Donna's countdown. Now that she's down by 39 points, we should be looking at the Bulls. You're going to need those points anyway, and if you miss the Bull and hit a 19, 17, or 16, that's well and good. Instead, it looks like she aimed at the 17. Takes away that number from Teresa, but they still have 19s and 16s over. Teresa could be looking at Bulls here to finish the game out. When you're in a position like Teresa, 30 points, 40 points ahead, you're not trying to extend this game. You're trying to finish it as soon as possible. Haley and Donna will be looking to score as many points as they can on the Bull. Try and keep this game going. but a couple more 19s than Zaneta and Teresa. 77-point lead means that Dotten hit 4 bulls after closing the bullseye. Total of 7 bulls is not achievable in one turn. Does get a mark on the 19. Teresa just looking for bulls to finish this game out. One dart, one double bull wins the game. Once this game is over, we'll have some open men's cricket action for you. No bulls from tonight and Teresa, so the game goes on. Don and Haley do manage to close out the 16th. They won't be any closer to winning this game, though, until they start hitting bullseyes. No bullseyes for Teresa. Does pick up a 19. Puts them 5 bullseyes ahead. Haley and Donna close out the 19th. No more scoring unless it's on the bowl. Now Teresa pick up 1 bullseye, leaving them just 1 bull away from the game. The +7 next to Donna's score indicates the number of bullseyes they need, in addition to closing out the bullseye. Teresa, you see, just needs the 1. Teresa isn't able to come up with the bull. Now it's Haley's turn at finding the center mark. She isn't able to either. Hopefully tonight is able to finish this game soon so we can start looking at this men's open doubles cricket game. All right. Grenada takes out the bullseye. Grenada and Teresa will be advancing to the quarterfinals. They will be playing Irene Medina and Megan Gresham. Best of luck to them. And now we'll get this men's open doubles cricket game going. We've got the team of Jake Metter and Lane Volker playing Caleb Hunter and Fred Wright. Caleb and Fred are longtime soft tip stalwarts of the soft tip community in North Houston. Jake is a steel tip player from down south. Lane goes to the board, looking at a closed 20 segment, closed 19s. Down by 40 points. Your best option is 18. One mark on it. His second dart closes it. Third dart adds 18 points to his score. Fred's going to be looking to close those 18. Second dart looks wide. Third dart's wide. Three darts, only one mark on the 18. That's not an opportunity you're going to get too often from Fred Wright. Jake needs to pounce on it. First dart's low. All three darts are wide. Caleb's not likely to leave that segment open. First dart points on the 20s. Adds 6 to their score. Second dart goes to the 18. Third dart goes for the 17. Hits one mark. Lane and Jake need points, so they need a lot of them, and they need them fast. 5 marker in the 17s helps them out, though. Wouldn't expect that number to stay open. Fred's first start hits the triple 17. He goes up for points. Or he wasn't in the triple 17. Jake looking to make up the lost ground. Only finds 117. Caleb's going to cut that down. First dart close to 17. Next two darts, both fire the triple 20. Perfect round at darts. That's an 8 mark. Lane's got to open up 16 here. Not too much success. Only finds the 1 mark. Second dart blocked his triple, so he went to the 15, so missed high there. Fred's going out to 16, wants to shut that down. Finds 4 of the 16. Fred likes to keep us on the edge of our seat when inputting his score. Jake needs as many as he can on the 15. Only finds 2. Caleb First start wide of the 15th, goes to the bull. Wide of the bull, back to the 15th, finds a single. They've got over a 200-point lead here. Lane finds 215. Does get himself some points, but still a 190-point deficit. Fred, first two darts, closing the 15th. Spends all three to close it, but gets it done. Jake's only option here is bullseyes. He does find two of them. They're going to need 9 bullseyes. Lane missing up and out. Can't find the green bit. Fred's going to try and finish this game. First dart's on the wire. Looks low. Second dart's right next to it. Looks low as well. Does manage to find one bull with his last dart. I think with a deflection off of his first two. Jake throws through at the bull, comes up empty. Caleb just needs one to finish this. Finds it on a second dart. And leg one goes to Fred Wright and Caleb Hunter, who have to be favorites in this event. They will court for the next start. Caleb gets it with a bull. Three straight darts, close to the 20s for him. Lane going for the 19. In a must-win situation like this, you got to play aggressively. That's the way to play. Prioritize scoring opportunities. Like Fred might have tripped the 19s on his second dart, though. Goes back there with his third dart. He finds 5. Jake's attacking the 17. Finds 2 singles. This level of competition, you really got to have 3 darts at your target. Although Caleb fails to punish too many loose darts there. Lane will continue the trend of throwing at the 17s, finds a single with his first dart, and his third. 17 points, puts him and Jake on the board. Fred's going to spend at least 2 darts closing 17. Spends all 3. but does get the number close. I would expect Drake to go up to the 18s here, and he does. Second dart looks good. That's the 4 mark. Narrows the point lead, but Caleb and Fred still have 20s and 19s open. Those are two big numbers that's gonna hurt them. Gonna hurt Jake and Lane later in the game if they stay open. Lane all over that triple 18. First start was on a triple 4. Next two didn't miss. 6 mark on the 18s gives them a 70-point lead. Fred looking for his points on the 20s. Comes up with 5. Jake goes back to the 18s. Jeff finds the 1. So Caleb goes to the board up by 17 points. First dart extends his lead. Second and third aimed at the 18s. Second dart's wide, but third dart finds the triple. Closes out the 18s. Lane will be looking at the 16s. First dart single. Pushes up against triple wire. Second dart looks in. And third dart's wide. That's a 4 mark on the 16. Closes the gap to 21 points. Fred starts on the 20s. Soft hit players like to have a comfortable point lead in cricket. And he spends all 3 darts on the 20s. Leaves with a 4 mark and a 101-point lead. Jake goes to the 16s, his only opportunity to score. Hits 2. But Caleb's coming to the board with a 69-point lead, and he's aiming to close those 16s. And he does. He goes from the triple 16 to the triple 15. All of the numbers are closed now. Lane's only option is the bullseye. And he comes up empty. Fred's looking to close this game out. First 2 darts are on top of the bull. Third one's a little wide. Hits no bulls, but it does manage to flop 220. Sends the point late to 109. Jake, 3 darts, comes up empty again. Caleb is all over it, but only 2 singles after the third one wires the outside of the bull. Lane's got a lot of balls to hit, decides he's just going to try and close those 20s with the second dart. Doesn't have any success there either. It comes up empty. And Fred hits the final bull with his first dart to finish the game. And Fred and Caleb will be advancing. Caleb and Fred will be playing Joe Smith and Austin Smith. and we'll have that game for you up in a bit. Welcome back to this open doubles cricket game. We've got the team of Johnny Salazar and Daryl Cortez playing the Dallas Fort Worth-based Ethan DeVera and John Foreman. Ethan and John were both finalists in the Open 501 singles event yesterday. John looking to close those 19, take them away. Only one of his first two darts hit the single 19. Daryl unable to capitalize on that mistake, hitting only one himself. Ethan goes to the closing the 19s, closing them, switches over to the adjacent 17. It comes up with only a single mark. That 19 to 17 switch is pretty common. Johnny all over that triple 17. Hits it with his first start. The next two are singles. Does give his team the point lead. 18 points between them with the 18th open. That's going to be John's target. His plan was to hit a single 18 to close the gap before closing out the 17th two singles. But his first start at the 17s was wide, so he spent two on the 18. Daryl only two singles on the 17. Gives him a narrow point lead. But Ethan quickly opens up with a triple 18 before closing out the 17th himself. Johnny should be looking at the 16 for full here. It's a 16. First two died on the wire. Thus, it traces to the triple. Neither of them get in though, only two marks. John looking to close that number. Second dart's going to be wide though. So the best he can do is matching Johnny's score of two singles on the 16. Big opportunity for Daryl Cortez. Needs all the 16s he can get. Gets five. It's enough for the point lead. The two 18s and one 16 will give Ethan and John a comfortable lead again. And that's exactly Ethan's plan. And he executes. Johnny, 15 for bull. Some players prefer going for the bull when it's down to 16s and 15 because you can get more points for a double bull than you can a triple 16 or 15. The guy goes to 15, picks up a 5 mark and 30 points, returns the 10-point lead. John looking to solidify that lead with a 5 mark on the 18. Gives him and Ethan a 70-point lead. Daryl all over that triple 15. Picks up four, still 10 points below Ethan. Ethan's first start, trips to 15, and his last start, trips to the 18, pretty much puts this game out of reach. Johnny and Daryl are now 4 balls behind. And Johnny can't come up with any in his first attempt. Johnny, no luck on the Bulls. Throws Dar at the 18th to extend his lead. That Dar at the 18th doesn't do anything to change the amount of Bulls that Johnny and Daryl need. All Ethan needs is Bulls, though, and he picks up 4 of them on his way to finishing the game. First leg goes to Ethan and John. They match the first attempt at the court, so Ethan goes first in the second attempt. His first start looks low, but Daryl can't get anywhere close, and Ethan and John will have the throw in the second leg as well. 5 mark is a solid start for Ethan and John. Dale will be looking at the 19. Only finds 2. John should be looking at the 19s here. You really want to take away that number from your opponent if you have the opportunity to, especially if you have the lead. But John can only come up with 2 himself. Couple triple 19s from Johnny and might be able to affect a momentum change. But he continues the trend of scoring only 2 on the 19th. Ethan will be looking to close those 19s as well as extend their 4 lead. And that's exactly what he does. Daryl could be on the 18s here. One of those starts must have been a triple three. Both look pretty good on the 17. Not sure I agree with the switch though. When your opponent has 20s open and you have the opportunity to go 18s or 17, I would go 18. The switch over to the 20s to close is much easier. John doesn't punish though. Only a single mark on the 17. But Johnny's only able to come up with 2 himself. Not enough to take the lead back. He's going to be looking for a close for some more points. Gets the close. But looks like some kind of problem with his release there on the 20s. Lands way low for a single. Daryl flings 3 darts at the 18s, opens up the number for his team. Don gets to close with that triple in the second dart. Isn't able to work his way over the 20th to extend his point lead, though. Johnny's going to try and fill up this triple 16. Gets only the one mark. Ethan finds the triple 16 with the second dart. Gets another mark on the 15. This is where Daryl will start. Daryl can only find two. Gone all over those 15s. Scored four with the first two darts. Last dart at the bowl is high. Johnny needs all the bowls here. Does pick up a couple, but not enough. He needed six to get his team to lead. Ethan needs three to finish this game. He could do that in two darts. Ooh, so wire darts, maybe a deflection. He only gets one in there. Daryl's got a real opportunity to retake the point lead. And with five bulls, he does. Johnny and Daryl have hit 11 bulls in 2 rounds. Absolutely incredible. John's trying to make up that point lead, but only finds a single. With two perfect darts in the single, Johnny can win this game. Oh, he started on the 15, missed. He should probably go for the bull with this last dart, Johnny. He does, but it's outside. I would have started on the 20s there. If you hit the triple 20, it's on. If it's not, the rest should go to bulls. Yeah, because that's five marks from Ethan. Now you got to hit two more bulls, be in the same position you were in. Great bull shooting from Johnny Salazar, but I have to question the decision making on that last turn. John first start at the bull. He's looking for two bullseyes in that game. A really valiant effort by Johnny and Daryl at the very end there. Put the pressure on John and Ethan. But in the end, leaving those 20s open was their ultimate downfall. Allowed for a 100-point swing in one turn. A lot easier to hit 100 points on the 20s than the bullseyes. So John Foreman and Issa De Vera will be moving on to play the winner of Patrick Sebedy and Donnie Joe or Austin DeGola and Chris Block. We'll have more action from the Open Doubles Cricket after a short break. All right, up next we've got Caleb Hunter and Fred Wright taking on Cage Galloway and George Patterson. Cage and George defeated Alex Fuentes and Nicholas Leclerc to get to this quarterfinal game. They're working for the start now, and Caleb gets it with a bullseye. Caleb will start. These two teams will know each other. All four are participants in the Houston soft tip team. Caleb opens up with three straight darts that close the 20. Cage will go downstairs, try and open up those 19. Only finds the one single. Fred trips the 19s with his second dart. That's going to be a 5 mark on the 19. Already taking a big hole for George and Cage. The George is starting off strong on the 18. The 5 mark of his own. Caleb opts to ignore the 18. Instead, extends his lead and then goes for the 17. That can be a strategy when you have higher numbers open than your opponent does. If you think you can outscore them on your open numbers, then you're free to ignore their open number and close the rest of them. Fred prefers to score on the 19s himself, finds only a couple. George's first starts in the triple one, that might be a blocker. And looks like it did block his second dart, but I think he tripped it with his last one. 17 is now closed. Cade's gonna try and get a lead for himself with a 5 mark on the 18. Cade and George do have the lead, but 62 points for three open numbers. Not sure if that's a trade I would make. Fred finds just two on the 19th. George goes back to his 18. Trips it on the first start, goes for a close, but finds only singles on the 17th and 19th. Interesting choice to elect to close the 17 rather than the 20. And 3 marks on the 20s restores the lead to Caleb at threat. Fred going for the 20s now. Perhaps not happy with his 19 performance the last couple rounds. Only 2 marks, but it is good enough for a narrow lead. George and Cage have created a position for themselves they wanted. They wanted to get into a scoring battle. They certainly weren't winning the closing battle. So they're going to keep hitting that 18 to incentivize Caleb and Fred to continue scoring so they don't close more numbers. Cage all over those 18s. What does he come up with though? Looks like a 4. No, it's only 2. Still enough for the lead. Looks like Fred's first start at the 20s missed wide. All of his starts missed wide. So George goes to the Aki with a 30-point lead. He's looking to extend it on the 18th. Scored 2 on the 18th. Last start was intended for the 19, but dropped low and wide, so 0-3. Caleb goes up with a big 5 mark, scores 4 on the 20th to give him a lead, and then single 18. One more mark on the 18th will close out Cage and George's scoring number. The Cage buys him some more time with a 4 mark. 59-point lead. It sure Fred has to hit a triple if he wants the lead before he goes to the close. Ooh, last start fell out. No dart scored for Fred. It's a real opportunity for George. He has the lead. Looking to close out some of those open numbers. Kirk to the 19. Closed out 19s and 17. Those numbers did have marks on them, but I'm not sure those are their biggest problems. As Caleb shows them by tripping the 20 with his first start before closing the 18. The game, it has tightened up quite a bit though. Only 1 point separates them. Fred looking to take the lead back on the 20s. 3 singles will do that. George is going to need 316 for a point lead. Fine score. Caleb's first 20 missed wide. Only finds 2. Cage, if he trips the 16 on this first start, but he doesn't. Scores 1 on the 16. Uses his last start to put another mark on the 20. Fred suffering from more darts falling out of the board, costing 20 points there. George needs three for the lead, doesn't get it. Last start seemed a little sloppy. Caleb pounding the 20s, goes down to put a mark on the 16. Well, it's 90 points ahead. Cage's going to need 616 before he goes back up to the 20s. Uh, Unfortunate deflection. That third dart might have been destined for another triple, but it ends up on the floor. Fred looking to close out those 16s. Now they have retained the lead, and he used the last dart to extend that lead. Score drops to attack the 15. Does score five, but still a 31-point lead for Caleb and company. First two darts to the 15 for Caleb, though, pretty wild. Doesn't end up putting any marks on that open number. Cage is going to need at least 415 before he can score on the 20s, or close those 20s, rather. Only gets the one. Fred should be looking for the close here. Uses all three darts, but gets that number closed. I don't hate the idea of throwing one dart at the 20 here. It's a relatively small investment to prevent any future scoring on that segment from Caleb and Fred. Caleb likely to go for the score if he is not in a position to win the game with his last dart. Cage and George picking up bowls one at a time. Fred looks to be one bowl away now. Only gets the one. George is in a position to win the game. He needs three bullseyes and a single 20. There's one. How many did he score there? He scored four. Oh no. I hope the double was his last start. If he hit a double with one of the first two, he had a chance to win the game right there. And Caleb punishes appropriately. Caleb and Fred do take the first leg. But George and Cage showed a lot of resiliency. They forced Caleb and Fred into a point battle. They closed the gap going into the Bulls. They had a legitimate shot to win the game there at the end. Caleb starts off with three singles again. Cage and George, they're in a must-win situation. Happy accident there, finding the triple 16 with his first start. Unfortunately, does not do a whole lot to help their position right now. Not unless they want to score in the 16. George should be looking at the 19s again, and he is. So first start within the 777. Just wired it. Only comes up with a 1 to close the segment. Cage only finds the 1. Fred looking to extend their point lead before going to close the 19. George needs all the 19s he can get right here. He's going to need 4 to give this team the point lead. But only finds the 1. Caleb very efficiently points before closing. Page starting on the 17. Continues his happy accidents and trips the 15. Fred trying to close the 17 before they can open it up. Only finds the 1 mark. That should be where George is going, and he is. Not sure I agree with the strategy of going to the 20s before closing the 80-point gap. Caleb puts a mark on the 17 before extending their lead to 102 points. Cage finds 417. Narrows that lead to 34. Fred rightly spends 1 dart to close that 17. George might have been caught between 2 minds there with the 20s and 18. Does manage to close the 20s, but that's it. Caleb now looking to open up another scoring segment for his team, finds 418. Extends his lead to 52 points. Not sure Cage realized the 17s were closed, so he threw his first dart. Does pick up 15 points before closing the 18. Now Fred and Caleb do have a 37-point lead, but they have 6 marks to make up. And in all likelihood, Cage and George are going to be able to close those 37 points before they can close the 6 marks they need. Fred does close the 16. All of these starts should be 15 for George. His first 2 are wide. He has to settle for the 1 mark. Caleb closes the 15, just 1 single dart. His next 2 darts are bowls. Cage can still win the game with 4 bowls in this turn. That's a good start. Great marker for the double. Oh, but the second one's out. And the first dart's all he's going to get. Fred just needs the 1 bowl to win this game. and that's the match. Fred and Caleb will go on to play the winner of Trevor Lysak and Glenn Richard or Antonio Cadriel and Marcus Polk. We'll be back with more open doubles semifinal action after a short break. We do have a bracket update. Trevor Lysak and Glenn Richard have defeated Antonio Cadriel and Marcus Polk, and they will be playing Caleb Hunter and Fred Wright in the semifinal. We are still waiting on the conclusion of the match between Ethan DeVraya and John Foreman versus Patrick Simeon and Donnie Joe. They will play Derek Thompson and Adam Dayloff. Currently on screen is former HCA president Mike Wubb, also known as Mike Deadeye Wubb, a feared dart player throughout the greater Houston area and Dallas Fort Worth. All right, we've got our semifinal matchup. Patrick Semien and Donnie Joe are taking on Derek Thompson and Adam Dayla. Patrick Semien and Donnie Joe upset the favorites Ethan DeVera and John Foreman. All four participants in this match are local to the Houston area. Donnie Joe and Patrick have been longtime steel tip dart players here in Houston. Patrick and Derek were both participants in Space City Dart's inaugural Premier League. Patrick plays second. It looks like they are about ready to court. Patrick's offering is just outside the bowl, and it looks like Derek just caught it. So Derek and Allen will throw first. Patrick and DJ second. Derek fires in three quick single 20s. Patrick will start downstairs and only comes up with a single. Adam opts to try and take that 19 away from them. Does find a double 19 with the second dart, but that's all he's got. Donnie Joe will be looking to punish. Only finds three, though. Could have been a lot worse. Derek closes the 19s and extends their lead. Patrick should be looking at the 18. Finds the triple 18 on his last dart. That'll be good for 36 points and give them a 35-point lead. Adam starts off pointing on the 20s, hits two to put his team ahead. Last starts at the 18, finds a single. Donnie starts off attacking the 18. First two darts in for singles, and the third dart's also a single. It's good enough to force Derek to score at least three marks on the 20s before closing 18. He uses all three darts and gets five marks. Finds a triple 20 on his last one. 51 point for Derek and Adam. Ooh, Patrick's last dart is outside. That second one was hanging at an odd angle. So only the two marks. Adam steps up with a 15-point lead, looking to close to 18. Finds two singles and does that. Donnie Joe should be looking downstairs with a 17. First dart to single. Second dart looks close to the triple, but it was on the wire. He scores three singles, closes the number. Derek starts off in the 17s, but his first dart's wide, and he goes up to the 20s. Signs one to extend their lead. Patrick's going to need three 17s in order to give his team the lead. Finds two singles. Last one just below the triple. Adam looks to give his team the lead before he goes to close the 17. Only the last dart finds the 20, though, putting them just ahead. Look for Donnie Joe to pour in the 17s before looking to close the 20s. All three in there on the 17s. He hits the 5 mark, gives his team an 81-point lead. Derek's going to need to find a lot of 20s here. And his first two darts are wide, so is his third. Patrick should be looking to close that 20. Only finds one single 20 with his first two darts, so elects to go down and pick up another 17. Adam goes fishing for 20s, finds two, still down 58 points. Donnie should be closing that honey hole. And with his first two darts, he does. Last dart goes down, picks up another 17 points. Derek steps up, 75 points behind, looking at 16. He's around the triple, but all three are singles. Patrick and Donnie and Joe just going to try and wrap this game up as soon as possible now, as long as they've got the lead. Adam can go for either 15s or bulls. He's a 15s guy. First two are in for singles, but the last one's wild. Only two marks. Johnny Joe finds the triple 15 with his first start. Moves on to bulls. Picks up two bulls for a 5 mark. Not much more you can ask for in that position. Oh, but Derek is all over the bullseye. Looks like he scored a lot more, but it's only two. Patrick just needs one bull to finish this leg off. Can't find it though. Adam's team down by 92 points. That's four bullseyes. He needs five to give his team the lead. And he's not going to find them this turn. And Donnie Joe wraps it up with the first start. Leg one goes to Donnie Joe and Patrick Simeon. Patrick and Donnie Joe will throw first in leg two. All three of his starts were right next to triple 20. First one was in triple five, picks up four in total. Derek only comes up with two on the 19. Donnie should be looking to close those. Picks up 419 to the first two darts. Spends the last one on a single mark on the 18. Adam and Derek haven't closed the number yet, and they won't here. Patrick finds a triple 18 with the second dart, extends his team's lead. Derek runs into a triple 17 with his last dart. It's good enough to close, but that's it. Donnie Joe looking to make sure they can't use that segment for scoring. Three singles, closes it out. Adam looking at 15, gets two. Patrick can't close the 16. Derek can only find two, though. He needed four to tie. And Donnie Joe promptly closes the 16 with his first start. Goes to work on the 15. Only two on the 15. Adam's looking for at least six 15s here, and he won't get them. He will get none of them. Patrick's to be one dart at the 15, and then the rest of both. I think he trips the 15 with his first start, adding insult to injury. Does the same thing Donnie Joe did last round. Trip 15, two bullseyes. Derek does put in two bullseyes, but Derek and Adam have to feel like this game's gotten away from them. Donnie needs just the one bull. And gets it on his third dart. Donnie Joe and Patrick Simeon are your first Open doubles finalists. They will play the winner of Caleb Hunter and Fred Wright versus Trevor Lysak and Glenn Richard. And we can have that finals game for you soon. Stay tuned for more Open doubles cricket action. All right, everyone. We're getting ready to start the Open Doubles Cricket Finals. Trevor Lysak and Glenn Richard will be taking on Patrick Simeon and Donnie Joe. And Glenn starts the corking. Looks like he might be on the wire, but he is closer than Patrick. So Glenn Richard will start off this finals match. Glenn, as has been mentioned before, is a native of Louisiana, but he comes over here and attends most of our major events. Ooh, third dart's wild. Only gets 2 marks on the 20s. Not the start you want in a cricket finals match. Patrick almost let him off the hook, but bailed himself out with that last dart, finding the triple 20. Trevor elects to go ahead and close that number out. He might be kicking himself though. No marks on the 19. Donnie Joe pounding that 19. 7 mark extends their lead by 76 points to a total of 96. Glenn's got a lot of work to make up. He goes to the 18s. 5 2 triple 18s. 54 points, cuts their lead down to 42. Patrick will be looking to close out those. Does so with his first start. Goes down to the 17s. Finds a triple there. But his last start at the 16s is wide. He won't get the 9 mark this time, but he does pick up a 6, closing out 18s and 17s. Trevor struggling so far early on in this final. 2 darts wide of the 16s. Goes to the 15s. Misses wide again. Johnny Joe locked in. Pounding those triple 16s. All around it, only 3 singles, but good enough to close out the number. Glenn looks to the 15. He's going to need a bunt. Only finds 3. Patrick will look to close out those 15s before moving on to the bull. First shot's wide. Second one's a single. Third dart's a single as well. Unable to close out those 15s. Let's see if Trevor can turn his luck around. Does find a 4 mark on the 15, but it is enough to get them a point lead. Still down by 3 numbers. Nitro goes to the 19 for point. Switches over to close out the 15. Glenn Ricard goes to the board, down by 1. His only pointing opportunity now is the bullseye. First start looks in for a single. Second and third are wide. Patrick just needs three bulls to finish this leg out. First dart's going to be low. Second dart looks in for a single. Third dart low. Trevor needs four bullseyes to give his team the point lead again. Only finds one, but does manage to flop a 16. Donnie Joe just going to be looking to finish this game out. He can end it with one dart. Takes him two, but he does get the job done. Leg one goes to Donnie Joe and Patrick Simeon. Good diddle from Glenn Richard. Patrick misses outside the bullseye, so Glenn will throw first. Glenn throws up three single 20s to close out the number to start the game. Would have wanted a little bit more, down by one leg. Patrick goes down to the 19s, picks up five to give his team the lead. Trevor should be looking to point before closing out those 19s. All three darts go to the 20s. Gets him 60 points and a 22-point lead. Unfortunate deflection from Donnie Joe. I think that ended up with a triple seven. Yeah, only the 219 does give him the lead, but not by much. And Glenn Richard, first start, looks to be triple 20. I think he was going for the 18s there. But he'll be satisfied with 620s. That's the kind of lead you want if you're down by a game in a finals, Matt. Just the 219 from Patrick. Trevor still struggling to find his form in this final. Just a single 20. Donnie Joe doing his best to fill up the 19s and close the gap. Gets four. Leads down to 10 points. Glenn only finds 120 to extend his lead. So his last start to 18. Patrick first start, triple 19. Gives himself a pretty decent lead. Goes up to the 20s to try and close. Only a single, so he goes back down with the last start. Not sure about Trevor's decision making there, going for the 18 on the last start. Didn't have the point lead yet. Donnie Joe looking to point on the 19. Finds a triple before moving on to the 17. Neither team seems particularly interested in closing out their opponent's scoring numbers. And as I say that, Glenn goes downstairs and takes out the 19 with a triple. With the 20s and 18s closed, Patrick will have to start on the 17. Trevor working to extend his team's lead or get it back with a 7 mark, puts him up 120 points. Donnie Joe returns with a 7 mark of his own. Not quite enough to get the lead back, but certainly puts pressure on Richard now. Not that he's feeling it, hitting a triple 20 with his first start. Following it up with a triple 18 after a miss on the 7th. Patrick staring down a 115-point deficit. That's a lot of 17s. Does come up with 5, reduces that lead to 30. Trevor works on cutting down that 17. Does manage to close it out in 3 darts. Donnie Joe will be looking to open up another number, starting on the 16. Only gets 2 though. Won't be happy with that. Glenn claims the 16th for his own with his first start, but fails to score more than 1 on the 5. And Patrick comes up empty on the 15. Trevor and Glenn with a pretty commanding lead going into the bullseyes. Johnny Joe will need 5 before he can start closing out numbers. Gets 1. Glenn wastes no time, gets 4 bulls and 2 darts, and ends the game. Ties our final up at a leg apiece. Patrick corks with a double bull. Glenn is unable to match. So Patrick and Donnie Joe will start leg 3. Only the 2 mark. Glenn's going to look to punish. Ooh, what a wild second dart. All he can do is match with 2 of his own. Donnie Joe should be looking to score as many 20s as he can before that number is closed. Finds the treble with a second dart. 420s in total, gives his team a 60-point lead. Trevor, as is his custom, he spent his first dart closing that 20. Patrick will look to go downstairs and take away those 19s. Catches the triple with a second dart. 4 total. Extends their lead to 79. Glenn starting on the 17, so he can switch to the 19s when he gets the lead back. Puts up 5, closes the gap a little bit. Donnie looking to take away that opportunity though. 3 straight darts and the 17th to close. Trevor's first dart was at the 19. Does close the 19s, but that's not their immediate problem right now. Patrick immediately all over the triple 18s. Big 6 mark. Extends their lead to 82 points. Glenn's going to need all the 16s here. Only gets one of them. Donnie Joe just looking to close. If it takes him 3, that's fine. Unfortunate bounce out for Trevor. Cost him the close on the 15. But I don't think that would have gotten him any more points. Patrick's first start is wide on the 15. Only gets the 2. 15 remains open for both teams. Glenn needed a 7 mark to make the game competitive. And Donnie Joe closes those 15s with his first start. Moves on to bowls. Only gets the 1, but that means that Patrick and Donnie Joe are 1 dart away from finishing the leg. Trevor picks up 2. He needed 5 to get the lead back. Patrick's first start at bowl is low. Oh, but his last dart in hand, he gets the bull. And that'll be the end of leg 3. Patrick and Donnie Joe take it. And Patrick and Donnie Joe will have the throw in the fourth leg. Good start. Trips to 20 on his first start. And with his last start, 7 mark on the 20s to open up the leg. Glenn's going to start downstairs, has to start scoring some points to reduce that lead. Finds 5. Donnie Joe flirting with a white horse. Takes out the 19s on his first start, 18s on his second. Third dart lands in the single 17. But Patrick and Donnie Joe could not have asked for a better start. Back to back 7 marks to open this leg. Patrick will be looking to clean up the 17s here. Not really looking to score points, mostly just to make sure it's close. Does that, starts working on the 16. Glenn finds 4 of the 16s, but it won't be enough. Johnny Joe takes that away with his second dart. Trevor's going to need a 5 here to give his team the lead. Only finds 4. Two easy singles from Patrick will take out the 15. Glenn just needs 4 bulls to get the point lead back, forcing the other team to score before they go to finish the game. Only finds the 1 though. So 3 bulls from Donnie Joe will end this match. There's the first. Oh, very close. Only gets 2. Trevor gets 1, but he needed more. Patrick is looking at 1 dart to bullseye to end the game. And he gets it with the second dart in hand. That's the match. Your champions are Patrick Simeon and Donnie Joe, winners of the Open Doubles Cricket event. Shout out to their opponents, though, Trevor Lysak and Glenn Richard. They put up a great fight. They had a great event. But Patrick and Donnie Joe opening up that final leg with back-to-back 7 marks, that was always going to be tough to come back from. The local Houston Heroes take this event, and it's a well-deserved win for both of them. We'll see them later in the Open singles cricket. We'll be back with more action for you after a short break. Welcome back to the Open Single. We've got Cage Galloway playing Chris Pickwell. Cage looking at a 30-point deficit. Looking to the 16. Finds three. Does get 32 points to put him ahead. The down two numbers. Advantage has to stay with Chris. He's looking to close the 16th before he points. Went for the 15th. Missed into the triple 10. But does pick up the 20 to give himself the point lead again. Cage going straight in on those triple 15s. Picks up five to get the bit lead back. Chris satisfied with just the 120 to give him the point lead before going down to the 15, but misses outside. Cage gets a single 15 before going up for point, or rather for the close. Might have been caught between two ideas. Hitting the triple one. Goes back down, picks up another 15. Chris is going to need two marks to get the point lead back. Finds just the 120. Cage is a 2 point lead, but is down by two numbers. Starts off pointing. Gets just the 215. Chris should be looking for points here on the 20s. He's going to need at least two of them. Gets the second. Looks like he's going down. But he misses outside that triple 15. Looks like a triple 10. Cage is happy to keep pointing. Cage wants Chris to throw as many darts at the 20 as possible. The longer Cage gets to sit on those 15s, the happier he's going to be. Chris picked up a triple 18 with his last dart. Extends his lead pretty significantly. Cage is going to need four 15s to get the lead back. Looking for a white horse. Gets two-thirds of the way there. Unfortunately, his triple 15 was not enough for the point lead. Three clean singles on the 15 should give Chris a pretty distinct advantage. Finds the triple 15 with that second dart. Goes back up to extend his lead. Cage will be looking at bullseyes. He's going to need five of them to get the point lead back. Does get three. If I was Chris, I'd spend my first dart at the bull, and it's a hit. Stay there. Good darts. Chris takes out three bulls and two darts for leg one. Close game. Cage almost came back. Cage will have the throw in leg two. A must-win leg for Cage. Three straight 20s. Closes the number. Chris goes downstairs to open up the 19. Finds the triple 19 with his last start. Secures a 38-point lead. Loose second dart for Cage. Takes away any opportunity to try and close those 19. Chris picks up one mark on the 20s while taking the lead back. Just the two 20s for Cage. Three clean singles from Chris should close the 20 and give him the point lead back, but the first start's going to be wide of the 19. All three were spent on 19. Two of them hit for singles. Cage's going to need to spend at least two marks on the 20s before he can go to close. Only gets the two. Third dart is wide. Chris's darts missing to the left. Only one finds the 19, but it is enough to give him back the point lead. Cage finds two marks to take the lead back. But no one's made much progress on closing for a few turns now. Good second dart from Chris. Wires the triple on that second dart, but only gets the two overall. Cage struggling to stay straight. That first dart in the triple one was frustrating, and I don't think he was able to maintain his focus after that. Opportunity now for Chris. Chris is happy to close with the narrowest of point leads. Both soft hit players would like a little bit more comfortable of a lead. But you don't need that if you can pick up a triple 19 on your last start. 68-point lead for Pickwell. K starting work on the 17. I think that 19 might have just been a missed 17. Chris was happy to give Cage the 17s until he decided he was just going to go ahead and close that with one dart. Cage now forced to the 18s. Only finds the one. Chris going to work on the 18s now. Picks up a triple with his first dart, but his next two do not find their mark. Cage is down 86 points. He needs points in any way, shape, or form. Does pick up 32 with a 5 mark on the 16. Chris snags that trip 16 with his first dart. Goes over, hits the trip 15. 7 mark, trip 16, trip 15, single bull. Damn near perfect darts. Cage got to feel like this game is out of way after that one. Chris is now just one dart away from finishing this leg. The double bull will end it. Doesn't find it, but does flop an 18 and 17 to extend his lead. Cage is going to need 6 bullseyes in order to take the point lead back, and he's not going to find them. Does find two. That's the first bull for Chris. If he can use it as a marker, but he can't. It'll be just the one. Unfortunately, Chris's flop on the open numbers has extended his lead. Cage does find 2 bulls to pick up another 50 points. But Chris just needs to find a way into the green bit, and this match will be over. Not yet. Cage gets a reprieve. But with these open numbers, Chris continues to score unintentionally. And Cage might be waving the white flag now. Second dart wires the bull. He can use it as a guide, and he does. Third dart gets that bull in, and that's the match. Chris Pickwell advances over Cage Galloway. Chris will go on to play Marcus Polk and the top 16 match. Stay tuned for more open singles cricket action. All right, we're back with this top 16 match between George Patterson and Josh Chavez. George and Josh, both local Houston players. Josh, more of a soft hit player these days. Josh wins the throw and opens up with a 4-6 mark on the 20s. George is looking downstairs to open up the 19, but he's going to be wide with all three of his darts. Josh looking to take those 19s away. Trips it on his third dart. Moves over to the 17s. 5 mark extends his lead to 79 and closes out the 19. George finds that trip 18 on his third dart, but Josh is quick to close it. A very efficient 5 marks from Josh closes out the 18s and the 17s. Not sure George realizes the 17s are closed. Josh will be looking at the 16s. And a huge 7 mark closes the 16s and the 15s and scores 16 points for Josh. Josh throwing a 6.8 so far in this match. George has no other option but the bullseye. Finds three of them to his credit. Josh trying to wrap this game up with three bulls. Finds one. George is going to need at least three bullseyes if he wants to deflect any of Josh's darts away from the bullseye. Finds two, but won't be enough to deflect Josh's target. He does get the bullseyes he needs, and that's the first leg. A very strong start for Josh, throwing a 4.8. George wins the cork for leg two. Only gets the 2 marks on the 20s, though. So Josh will be trying to close those 20s out, unless he didn't notice. He just goes straight to the 19. Could be preference, but I think he would rather have those 20s closed. Not sure why George is spending that time on the 19s either. First start was a triple 20. He did have the point lead. Josh finds 7 19s, 133 points all at once. George's going to need to find 5 20s to retake the lead. He does get 4. Josh going straight at those 20s. He's going to take him away from George. George electing to move over to the 18s instead of closing the 19s. Sensible play. He is down on points, and he does get a 6 mark to take the lead. Josh all over those triple 19s. Another 5 mark for Josh. George can't find the 18 CDs to take the lead. I would expect Josh to target that number. No, he goes to the 17s instead, trying to get ahead of George. Throws 3 straight darts, closes it out. George picks up 2 18s to take the lead. Josh goes to the 19s for points. Hits 2 triple 19s to extend his lead. Offers one at the 18, only a single. George can only pick up the 1 18. Josh not able to close out those 18s. Let's see if George can capitalize. Only finds 2. I'd expect Josh to go back up there to finish it out. Doesn't do that until his last start, and then he's wide. I would have closed the 18 first before moving on to the 16. Because now George is in a much better position. Josh closed the 18 to the first start this time, taking my advice. Moves on to the 19s, but can't find that triple. George has an opportunity here to close out his 19. Instead, he's focusing on the 16, finds 3 to close it out. Josh picks up a couple points before closing the 16. George moves over to the 15, only picks up 2. Josh will be looking to close this out. And instead, he's focusing on the bull. You will see some players do that. A triple 15 and a triple 16 are not worth the same or as much as a double bull. So players who are more comfortable with the bull may choose to move to the bull for scoring instead of the 15s or 16s. But now that George has established that he's going to be going for the 15s, you see Josh switch, takes out that 15 with his first start, picks up a bull with the last one. George needs 4 bulls to take the point lead. Gets 2 of them, so he's going to need some misses from Josh. But Josh grabs the bull on his first start, and that's the match. Josh threw phenomenally in that game. His pre-bowl average has to be close to a 4. And Josh moves on. He will play the winner of Derek Thompson and Christopher Rodriguez in the quarterfinals match. We've got a few more top 16 games to get through. And we'll be back with more men's singles cricket action after a short break. Welcome back for some ladies singles cricket action. We've got Jen Lizak taking on Allison Ng in this quarterfinals match. The winner of this match goes on to play the winner of Lane Lizak and Victoria Madrid. Allison starts the court, and Allison will start this match. Allison starts us off with 2 marks on the 20. Jen will look to take advantage of the opportunity to close the 20s for herself. That dart won't help her cause, though. She'll have to be satisfied with just the 1 mark. And Allison gets a second chance at the 20s. And she's not able to capitalize on it either. So Jen will get her second chance. First dart looks good. That might have been a triple. Second dart certainly in the single. Jen stays there. And the first was in the triple. She records a 5 mark on the 20s. 60-point lead to start off this leg. Allison's got some ground to make up. She could start on the 19. Isn't able to make much progress on the 19, so she elects to close that 20. Jen looking to claim the 19s for herself. Unfortunate deflection leads to a bounce out. And she only scores the 1 mark. Allison manages to get 1 mark on the 19, but it will remain open for Jen. Jen's first dart misses wide. Second dart misses wide in the other direction. She's not able to come up with any 19. Good opportunity for Allison here to make some headway on Jen's 60-point lead. 3 straight darts would cut that lead in half. She'll settle for the 1 to close the 19. Jen looking to close the 19s herself, protect her lead. She closed the 19s with two singles, moves on to the 16s to match the mark that Allison put on there. Allison going back to the 16s, finds a double and a single to give her 16 points. Jen looking to take that away. Closes it out with two darts. Puts a mark on the 18 with the last one. Allison and Jen, both longtime Houston dart players. Jen, part of the darting Lysak family. Her daughter is also playing in this event. Right there in the triple 18s, but I think she might have found the trip one. Does get the two she needs to close. So if Allison wants points, she's going to need to move down to the 17s, which she does. Put two marks on it. Jen moving to the 17s to prevent Allison from winnowing her lead. Last start finds triple two, so just the two singles will count. Opportunity for Allison if she can stay straight. First dart looks in, second dart looks in. Two marks on the 17. Shan looking for one dart to close. Moves on to the 15. And finally, the bull. Closed both the 17s and 15s in that turn, which leaves Allison nothing but the bull. She doesn't seem too upset about that. All over it, but only gets one. Jen might be looking to extend her lead right now. Doesn't seem overly confident on the bullseye. With the current 45-point lead, Jen is two bulls ahead of Allison, although Allison still needs to close the 18s and 15s. Given that advantage, would like to see more darts at the bull from Jen. Jen scoring seems to be a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy for Allison as she continues to hit that bull. Allison still not in a position to win the match next turn. Needs three bulls before she can get the lead back from Jen. And it's going to need more than that now. Allison needs five bulls now before she can close out the 18th and 15th. Gets one there. Jen dialing in on that bullseye, but not able to find the green bit yet. Allison also having no success on the bull yet. Jen spending her last start on the 18 does not affect the amount of bulls that Allison would need. Allison does find one of the four bulls she'll need. Needs only three now. But Jen struggles on the bullseye, may continue. She takes a moment to compose herself before throwing at the 18. It may actually be in Allison's best interest to leave those 18s open. So far, Allison's been able to outscore her on the bullseye compared to her 18. Jen easing in, dialing it in, but continuing to throw that third dart at the 18. And I have to think that's affecting her ability to hit bulls. Allison's tired of it, closes out the 18. Goes down to the 15th. That does add a bull for Allison. She's going to need four now. Two left. Trent continuing to struggle on these bullseyes, but if it keeps throwing at the 15, still can't hit the bull, it's only going to delay the inevitable. Another bullseye for Allison. Shrinks that lead to only 4 points now. Jen's going to need two 15s if she wants to add a bullseye to Allison's total. And she isn't able to come up with that either. Allison can win the match with a single bullseye and two 15s. In Allison's position, I might roll the dice and close out those 15s, get into a bullshooting match with Jen. That 115 won't affect anything for Allison. Still needs the one bullseye for the lead. Has decided to just go ahead and take care of those 15s. Doesn't manage to come up with any. Two 15s for Jen. Means now Allison needs two bulls. And Allison can't come up with a bullseye. Jen continues to target those 15s. Does manage to add a bullseye to Allison's total. Jen getting much closer to the bullseye now. That second dart must have wired it. If I was Allison, I'd go ahead and close out that 15. And she does. So now Allison has the lead. Or no, it's even. Both players need three bullseyes to win. Allison so far has hit about six or seven bullseyes. Jen is still looking for her first. And there's another one for Allison. Jen's first dart is low. Can she use it as a marker? No, her next two fall outside as well. Allison can end this with one double bull. Doesn't find one this turn. Jen's first shot the bull is wide right. The third dart, she had the line down, but the weight was too low. Allison snagged another bull. making slow progress towards this comeback victory. Jen right there below the bullseye. A great marker if she can use it. And she does snag a double bull with her last dart. Next bull wins the match. It won't be this turn for Allison. Jen's right there with her first dart. Mrs. Lowe with her second. And isn't able to come up with the bull, so Allison will get another chance. First start gets it. Oh, that might be the longest cricket game of the day. A well-deserved comeback victory for Allison Eng. But that's only the first leg of this match. 11 bullseyes it took Allison to come back from that. Very impressive. And Ben will get the throw on the second leg. First start close to the double. Second's going to be wide. And another single. Jen get 2 marks on the 20s to start us off. Allison looking to capitalize on that, but can't find the third dart herself. So it's 2 marks apiece on the 20s, and Jen gets a reprieve. Goes high with that first dart, makes sure she gets the mark. Then she decides to go down. Second dart was at the 19. Tries to go back up to point, but misses wide. First dart was in the double, so she does get 20 points. Allison quickly shuts that down. Goes back down to the 19 to open up a number for herself. Finds just the 1 mark on the 19 after closing the 20. Chen finds the 19s with her last dart. Gets just the 1 mark. Allison looking for as many 19s as she can. She's in with the first dart, but second and third are wide. Chen will look to extend her lead. Three singles closes out the 19 for Jen. Allison moves on to the 18. First two are in. And the third one's in as well. Three clean darts closes out the 18. Jen looking to point instead of close the 18s, looking at the 19s, but hasn't found them yet. Does find a single 19 with her last dart to extend her lead. Allison will need three 18s to take the lead. Finds them in her first two darts and then closes the 19s. Big shift for Allison. Takes away Jen's 19s. Jen's first two darts in the 17 were in. Third dart, I think she must have tripped. Landed well below the board. Allison throws three straight darts in the 17s, closes it out. Allison with the lead and numbers open is just going to be looking to take numbers away from Jen and close this game out as soon as possible. Allison's going to be trying to avoid the situation from last game where Jen was able to extend the game significantly. And a 5 mark will go a long way towards that as she takes the 16s away from Jen, puts some points on the board. Take the 16s and 15s away from Jen. Allison's looking for her three bulls to win the match. Finds two. Jen's going to need four bullseyes if she wants to direct Allison's darts away from the bull. She's not going to find them this turn. Does get one with her last dart. Allison now one dart away from advancing. And Allison Ang is your winner of this match. Allison advances to the semifinals, where she will play Victoria Madrid. Both Lyzaks getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Allison. That was a hard fought win, entirely deserved after the first leg. And we'll be back after a short break with more singles cricket action. Welcome back to this open singles cricket semifinal match between Jolie Harder and Ethan De Vera. Jolie starting it off with a 9 mark, 620s and 319s. Can't ask for a better start than that. Ethan responds with 7 marks on the 8. Jolie going back to the 20s to retain his point lead before going to the 18s to close him out. Ethan responds with another 7 mark. These two are starting off in top form. Jolie opts to close the 17 since he has two numbers open on Ethan. Ethan tries to punish him for it, but isn't able to hit the 19 with his last start. Jolie will need 3 to take the point lead back. Ooh, loose last start. He's only going to score 2. That's a big mistake in a match played at this caliber. But Ethan can't find the 2 he needs to close the 19 either. Jolie takes the lead, extends it, opts for the 15s instead of the 16s. Perhaps because his 19 was feeling vulnerable with 2 marks on it. Ethan not able to take back the lead with only 2 marks on the 16. Matches Jolie's on the 15. Jolie closing the 15s with that round. Adds 119 to his total. Ethan all over the triple, but only comes up with 2 singles. Jolie will be looking to close out these 16s. Moves on to the bull. Did Jolie think he already had a mark on the 16? I don't think he would have gone to the bull if he knew he only had 2 marks on it. Ethan uses this lap to take the lead. Jolie still has an opportunity. Needs to close that 16, but he'll be relying on Ethan not to hit 3 bulls this turn. And his first start is low and out. Second one's in the double. Third one misses outside. Wow. I didn't expect that, and neither did Ethan. Jolie just needs 1 bull for the match, and he gets it. Jolie takes game 1 with a 3.7 average versus Ethan's 4.1. Ethan corked for the start, waiting on Jolie's response. Ethan gets the throw. Not quite the start from last leg, but three straight darts to the 20s closed it. Jolie looking to take that 20 away from him. Seth manages to catch that triple with his last dart. Ethan finds the triple 19 with his last dart. Takes a 38-point lead. Expect Jolie to go to the 17s or 18s. It'll be the 17s. Also finds a triple with his last dart. Ethan looks to extend his lead by starting on the 19s. His last start was intended for the triple 17, but only found a single. Jolie opens up by tripping the 17, then decides to move to the 18. Very aggressive play. Doesn't pay off as he drifts into the one. And now Ethan has closed out the 17s and extended his lead. Jolie moves up to the 18s. And a huge 7 mark on the 18s. 6 18s and 119 gives Jolie the lead back. Forces Ethan to point. Ethan can't find a triple. Jolie will need 2 18s before he can take the lead back again. Finds three of them in his first start. Goes down to 19s, closes them out, and takes the lead back. Ethan's not letting up though, pounding the 16-7 mark. Gives him a 44-point lead. Jolie's going to start working on those points with the 18s. Finds 4 18s and then moves down to the 15s to get ahead of Ethan. Ethan's luck on 16 is not panning out. Three singles is not going to do it. Jolie was going for another round of 9 there, but falls short on the 16 shot. Opens up his lead and opens the 15 as well. 5 16s will buy Ethan a little bit of time, especially with that loose first dart from Jolie. Loose second dart. And he saves himself with the last dart in the triple 18. Uncharacteristically loose visit from Jolie. And that's going to be another 3 from Ethan. Jolie, though, his accuracy on the 18s is starting to wane. Last couple rounds, he's been dropping darts into the 4. Not able to take the lead back from Ethan. Prompts the dart at the 18, but he's not able to close out the 18. So Jolie will go back there, finds triple with his first dart. Now it's on to the 16. Trips the 16. Oh, Jolie did not trip the 18 with his first dart. He went to the 16s without the lead. He does have two open numbers, which is enough of an advantage to go for the close. Looking to the 18th again to extend his point lead. Force Ethan to shoot the bull, but he comes up short. Ethan has an opportunity here with three perfect darts to win the game, but it's not going to go. He shot that 18 first because if he trips to 18, the shot's on. He needs a double 15 and a single bull to win. Jolie finds just the 118. Ethan throws all three at the bull, only comes up with one. Finally, things start to turn around for Jolie as he finds that triple 18 with his third dart. The first two at bulls were not successful. Ethan finds another bull, but it won't be enough. Jolie just needs three bulls to win. He gets two with his first start. And the last one there. A fantastic performance from both of these. The Jolie is your first finalist in the men's open cricket. Jolie will play the winner of Antonio Cadriel and Josh Chavez. Stick around and we'll be sure to cover that finals match soon. Welcome back as we get this ladies singles cricket final underway. It'll be Allison Ang playing Megan Cervantes, both local Houstonians. Megan big into soft tip scene. Allison's been a steel tip league player for several years now. And talking for them will be JP Padron. JP, another local Houstonian who's available now because he got knocked out by Jolie in the open singles cricket. While we're waiting on them to get started, I'll give you some updates from the men's singles cricket bracket. Jolie Harder is our first finalist and is waiting to play the winner of Antonio Cadriel and Josh Chavez. All right, and Megan has won the cork and will start. Oh, just under the triple with that last start. Two marks on the 20s to start us off. Allison will try and take advantage of the open number, but she can only offer up two marks of her own. Megan will try to score on these 20s while she still has it available. Just gets the one. Allison won't be too put off by that, as long as she can find a single. Unable to find a single to close the 20s, but does find the triple 19 to open up that bed. Unfortunately, Megan immediately making her pay. Her first start, the triple 20. Allison serves up three 19s of her own to narrow that lead. Megan looking to close the open 19. Does so in two darts. And uses her last dart to extend that lead. Allison should be looking at the 18. Fine, two. Megan starts off trying to extend her lead on the 20s, but her last dart does catch the triple 18. Allison finds just the 117 downstairs. Megan will follow her down there and try and close that out. First two darts look in, but they're certainly blocking the triple. She's able to find some open room for her last dart, closes out that 17, forces Allison over to the 16. Allison is able to find three darts in the 16, opens up that number, but hasn't made any ground on the point deficit she's facing. Megan trying to decide, stay with the 16s or maybe point, goes with the point. Allison will be looking for a lot of 16. Can't find any this turn. Megan's first dart misses up, might be a blocker. Second dart right below. Her flights are going to be blocking that triple. Goes for it anyway, but I think catches that first dart, ends up in the 8. Allison struggling to find the 16 after closing it with three darts the first time. Megan finds three straight 16s to close out that number. Allison shuffles over to the 15. Finds a double with her last dart to close the number, but unable to score. Megan's breathing smoke. You know she means business. Closes off those 15s, doesn't give Allison a chance to catch her. Allison's only opportunity is the Bulls now, and she finds two. This wouldn't be Allison's first comeback on the Bulls. Megan unable to find the bull with her first two darts. Tries again with the third, but still unable to find it. Allison not able to find another bull, but does catch a 17. Megan finds a bull with her first dart. She can use that as a marker. She might be able to finish this game. And she is. Gets it with the third dart, double bull. Leg one goes to Megan Cervantes. Great round by Megan, throwing a 2.9. And Megan will have the throw in leg two. Ooh, few errant darts, only one mark on the 20. Opportunity for Allison. Does get three in the 20. At the very least, Megan will not be able to score in the 20s in this leg. She concedes the 20s, goes straight down to the 19s, trips it with the first dart, picks up four 19s. Allison's going to be looking to stay on those 20s. Catches a double with her first dart, which prompted her to go downstairs and try and close the 19. Megan staying downstairs of the 19, even after tripping with her first start. Allison able to close the 19s, but not able to score enough points to get the lead back. Megan will look to close out those 20s first, and she does in two darts. Goes over to the 18s, put a mark on it. Allison, great first start. That might be a triple 18. It is 418. Not enough to give her the lead, but enough to put pressure on Megan. Megan decides to go downstairs. She's looking to open up another number. Isn't able to open up the 17. Allison should have an opportunity to take the lead back on the 18s now. Does take the lead back, but isn't able to make any progress on the 17. Megan, with three straight darts, takes the lead back. Allison finds two 18s to get the lead. Megan will need at least two marks on the 17s. Finds a triple with her second dart. Prompts her to go upstairs, puts another mark on the 18. She'll be pretty happy with a 47-point lead and one dart away from closing those 18s. But Allison's not done. She responds with a five mark of her own, closes Megan's 17. Megan immediately closes the 18 and puts two marks on the 16. If Allison can find at least four 16s here, she'll be in a pretty commanding position. And she does. She finds four 16s, gives her the lead, and the only open number on the board right now. So Megan will try her luck on the 15s. First start looks to be just outside the triple, but close enough to block. She gets three to open the 15s, and she'll be happy with that after the first start. Allison's just trying to close. After her second dart missed the 15, she went over to the 16s and caught a double to extend her lead. Megan only able to find one 15 in that turn. She won't be happy with that. If Allison can find two 15s, not sure I agree with going over to the 16s that early, but Allison retains the lead. Megan will need three 15s before she can close the 16 if she wants to retain the point lead. She switches after only two, putting the pressure on Allison to hit two 15s with her next three darts. And Allison only finds one, so Megan's gamble pays off. She will have a point lead going into the bowls. Megan looking for three bowls to take this leg. Starting on the 15s, though. The 15 does add an extra bowl for Allison to get. Short to spend one dart in the 15th there, but no more. And Allison unable to find a bowl this turn. Megan can win this leg in one dart. Looks like we found a single with the first one. Second dart's out. And the third dart's out. Allison catches a double bowl with her last dart. She needs three more bowls to catch Megan. Megan's first dart was resting right on top of the bullseye blocker for her, which is why she went to the 15 for the second one. But Allison still isn't able to come up with a bullseye. Megan can end it in one dart, but instead opts to extend her lead with a 15. Allison picks up another bull, puts her only two bulls away from Megan. Allison will need three now, but she still is able to win the game at this turn. First dart looks like a bull. No. Second and third were outside. Allison needed a bull and a double bull and then a single 15 to win the game. Got the single, but not the other required component. Megan likely looking to extend her lead first before going to the bulls. And finds it. The double bull on her second dart. That is game shot. And I believe that is the match. Megan Cervantes is the winner of the ladies singles cricket. Allison Ang put up a good fight. Had some great battles going through the bracket. But ultimately, Megan played a great game and is totally deserving of being the ladies singles cricket champion. Congratulations to Megan. We'll be back soon with the men's cricket final. Never mind. This is a best of five, and they will be diddling for the next leg. Seems there was a little confusion among the players in the chalker. They were able to fake me out, but the finals are a best of five, so Megan will need to win three legs, and she'll have the throw in the third. Starting off with two singles on the 20. Opportunity for Allison here. Allison responds with two of her own. Megan following the game plan from last leg. Secure the 20s while you have them open. Allison should be looking to close, and she does. Puts up to 19. Unfortunate bounce out from Megan. Deflection off her dart, and it fell out. Only gets the 119. Allison adds to her 19. Finds four total. 57-point lead. Allison not able to capitalize on Megan's inability to close the 18s. So Megan will look to claw back some of those points here. Does a little bit, but Allison shuts that down with her first start. Moves on to the 17s. Rips the 19 with her last start. Doubles her lead. Megan goes to work on the 17s. Only finds one after another bounce out. They don't seem to be board bounce outs. It seems like she's hitting her own dart and it's never getting to the board. Unfortunate. Those darts would have counted in soft tips, but in steel tip, it's got to stick in the board. Allison closes out the 17, so Megan's left with the 16. Gets just the one. And Allison only able to get the one mark on the 16 as well. Megan, three marks on the 16. Close it, add 16 points to her. Allison was trying to snag a cheeky double 16, but missed outside there. Megan adds two more 16. She's down 67 points right now. She's about 5-16. Allison still unable to close the 16th, but does add to her point total with a 19. Megan finding her stride, adding 3 16s. Allison's lead is down to 38 points. Allison continuing to struggle with the 16s, but trips another 19, extends her lead to 95 points. Megan picks up 2 16s. Allison finds a 16 with her first start, but is unable to follow up. Megan continues to add 2 16s at a time. Allison's lead is down to 31. Finally, last start in hand. Allison closes those 16s while adding a 19. Megan's looking at a 50-point deficit as she approaches the 15. Three straight darts, closes those, but unable to add to her point total. Allison's only able to conjure up 115 this turn, so Megan will have an opportunity, although Allison retains the 19s and the 17s. Megan needs 415 to take the lead again. Allison closes and adds to her lead with a single 19. Allison is 3 bulls ahead of Megan going into the bullseye. But a good start for Megan. She will only get the one. Allison doesn't find any bulls, but does flop into a 19 to extend her lead. That 19 doesn't change anything for Megan yet. Megan finds 2 bulls herself to close them out. Good darts by Allison. Hits a 19 to add another bull to Megan's required total. And hits a bull herself to get her closer to the victory. Megan not able to come up with anything on this turn. Allison can win this leg in one dart with a double bull. Isn't able to find it with the first two, so goes downstairs with the last dart. Adds another bull to Megan's required total. Megan's getting tired of this score and decides to go ahead and take out the 19. But Allison's not shy of the bull. Picks up another one herself, as well as a 17. Megan's going to need 6 bulls and a 17 to win. Gets the 17, but not the 6 bulls. Allison first start right on the wire. And she gets it. Allison Ng takes leg three. 19 really carried Allison in that leg. 304 points scored on them. And Megan will have the throw going into leg four. Megan starting off with her customary two mark. Allison missing left and only able to score one mark on the 20s. Megan struggling to capitalize though. Her first two darts errant to the left. Does manage to secure the 20 with her last dart, a single in the middle of the segment. Allison looking to close out that 20 before moving on to the 19. And she does. Megan decided to claim those 19s for herself with a four mark, taking away Allison's honey hole from the previous leg. Great first start from Allison. Closes out the 18s. Not sure why she elected to go down to the 17s since she still needed the points, but it hasn't hurt her yet. Megan with a cheeky double 18, or attempt at the double 18. Not successful. Has to be satisfied with extending her lead on the 19. Allison only able to conjure up one in 18. That second dart from Megan looks like it was a triple one, but she does ultimately secure the close with two singles. Allison with a four mark on the 17 takes the lead back. Megan only able to find 119. Opportunity here for Allison. She's going to start in the 17s. Is she going to go to the 19s at all? No, she'll be happy with two 17s to extend her lead. Megan will need three 19s to take back the lead. Only gets one of them. Allison going for the 19s this time, but might have been caught between the 17s and 19s. Ultimately comes up with nothing. Megan needs two 19s here before she closes out the 17s. Gets them in the first two darts. Third dart, though, staying on the 19. Smart move. Allison only coming up with one 17 there. One more 17, and she'll have tied the game. Won't be an option now that Megan has closed the 17s with one dart. Only the 116 for Allison. Megan will be looking to close out the 16s and 15s to preserve her lead going into the bullseye. After first extending her lead, of course, on the triple 19s. Allison, I think, does sneak in a double 16 with the last dart to close out that number. So Megan takes care of it with her first two. Allison needs all the 15s we can get. A 9 mark here would still not give her the lead. And now Allison suffers a bounce out of her own, and her and Megan bond over it. Three throws to the 15s, and Megan comes up empty. Still not in too much danger. Three 15s from Allison cuts down Megan's lead to a mere 82. And a 5 mark from Allison makes this game a lot closer than it was a few seconds ago. Megan's got to be seriously considering her board management now, especially after those first two darts. Do you stay there and try and close out the 15? Only takes one dart. Or do you go back to the 19? She stays there, closes out the 15, and Allison is at a two bull disadvantage going into the bulls, as well as having the 19s open. Allison needs five bullseyes and two 19s to win. Megan just needs three bulls, but she's going to start off on the 19. And if you go there once, you got to go there twice. It is the final, and Megan is securing this finals victory. Allison picks up two bulls. Megan might be content to stay on the 19s until she can't anymore. Unfortunate bounce out from Allison. Looked like a good dart, probably bounced off one of the bull wires. So Megan's got a 5 bowl lead now. I would go right at the Bulls. If he does find two, Allison can't win the game this turn. She can give herself the lead with 5 bowls, but that won't be possible now. And Megan is just 1 bowl away from being the ladies singles cricket champion again. And she gets it with the second dart. Congratulations to Megan Cervantes, your ladies singles cricket champion. And Allison did put up a great fight, great competitor, never gave up throughout any of these matches. A well deserved win for Megan, and a great performance by Allison to get her to the finals. We do have the men's cricket finals going on. I will get that scoreboard up for you in a moment. Jolie currently has a 2 game lead over Jack Chavez. We don't have a camera on that board, but we can watch along on the scoreboard.